and Southeastern Asia, but this distance is getting shorter, and we are facing new problems, including the dynamic climate change and also various human activities, including the coasts of Southeast Asia, one of the most rapidly developing region in the world. And many international organizations have united their efforts to do the joint research, to work out effective measures to preserve birds. So both in the Arctic and in the South, researchers are working on this mission. So the AMBI group is working on that as well, and this is especially relevant during the Russia's chairmanship in the Arctic Council. And we are grateful to the Northern Forum for providing this platform for our session today, and we hope that this session can lay foundation for the long-term cooperation between many stakeholders within the Northern Forum, CAF, and other partners. So all the best wishes, and I wish you fruitful work today. So that was the opening remark. So I suggest that we move according to our schedule. So Alexander, do you have it?
Соня, у тебя есть программа под рукой?
Да, есть. Значит, по программе у нас идет вступительное слово и затем презентации.
So after the welcoming speech, we have presentations.
I think we're missing somebody. Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Is that showing properly? Can people see the screen with East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership? Okay.
Yes, we do see it, but
okay.
it's not in a slide view mode yet.
Full screen. Hence the conservation status of migratory water birds. We have been working to build a flyway network of sites, and to date there are 149 flyway network sites, but we're only 15% of the way. We estimate there is at least, or we have documentation of at least 1,000 sites are internationally important for migratory water birds. So that's a bit about who we are, and next I want to do some linking to the Northern Forum and how that fits particularly geographically within the flyway. My understanding from the website is that there are the membership of the Northern Forum consists of 9 Russian regional governments, the state of Alaska in USA, Lapland in Finland, Kuria in Iceland, where the CAF has its office, and also one local government, Gangwon, in the Republic of Korea. And the white line here is the flyway itself. Let's try this now. So it encompasses all of Alaska, and then it's really drawn to include Mongolia, and then come up to cover that area of Russia, which is to the north of Mongolia and China. At present, because Russia is one of our government partners, and there has to date been 8 sites nominated to be part of the Flyway site network. There are 3 sites on the northern shores of the Flyway, and 4 sites on the southern area in Russia. And the southern sites are the sites where many birds are staging during migration, and the sites right up in the north are where birds are congregating after breeding. Moroshinaya Estuary is again one of the staging site for the coastal migratory water birds. If we look a little bit more at the information, there are many white dots shown up here on this one. These are sites that there is documents showing that they are internationally important, or they have been recorded as supporting internationally important numbers of migratory water birds. And as you come down, you can see many more sites across North Asia, both coastal sites and inland sites. And all of the small blue markers are Flyway network sites. So the key opportunities are the existing frameworks that there are for national and Flyway collaborations between national government, intergovernmental organisations, international non-government organisations, and the corporate sector in the 22 countries of the Flyway for sustainable management of key sites for migratory birds. We're keen to increase cooperation amongst governments, research institutes, NGOs, and citizen scientists in the monitoring of migratory water birds. and also ensuring that national plans under the multilateral environmental agreements like CBD, Ramsar and CMS address the needs for a flyway approach, the shared biodiversity approach across the distribution of the birds. We're keen to enhance implementation of flyway and national plans for key sites for migratory water birds through the development of new financing mechanisms. And I've just come from another meeting with Asian Development Bank and the Chinese government, because Asian Development Bank is stepping up to provide funding for the improved management of internationally important sites for migratory birds. And they are looking at a 20-year program, investing in 50 to 100 of the flyway, internationally important wetlands in the flyway. And it will act at scale to have flyway level impact. It will promote healthy wetlands, strengthening the national capital, natural capital, and deliver ecosystem service co-benefits and reinforce green infrastructure for the benefit of nature and people. They hope to build a loan and grant finance mechanism of $1.5 to $2 billion. And currently it's intended to involve China, Mongolia, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines, Thailand, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So these are Asian Development Bank eligible countries. Unfortunately, Russia is not one of those countries, but this model we hope will be expanded, and other development funding agencies will also particularly take the lead from the next CBD meeting and develop more investments for the environment. The Asian Development Project will contribute to the achievement of the strategic plan of the Flyway Partnership to establish effective and comprehensive network of internationally important sites. And BirdLife International will be a key support organisation working with ADB on delivering this program of work. So at the moment, this type of opportunity doesn't exist for Russia, but we do hope that we can find ways to interest other funders to pick up on this type of support for shared biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Дуг.
Thank you, Doug, for your presentation.
Если есть какие-то вопросы,
Are there any questions? We have some 5 minutes.
я думаю, что
I think that
нужно будет в резолюцию нашего
in our today's resolution, we should include some proposals
сотрудничества с EIFP.
on cooperation with IFP, maybe in the framework of the Northern Forum. So, Doug, will you please word these recommendations, these proposals of today's session?
Okay. When do I need to send it on? Later today?
Да, прекрасно.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay.
Хорошо.
Спасибо.
Хорошо. Ну, если дальше идем по программе.
Well, our next speaker on the agenda,
Авиаучетов.
it's about aerial surveys not only in Yakutia but also beyond.
Видно?
Can you see it?
Да, видно.
Хорошо, позвольте тогда начать. Наш доклад будет посвящен проблемам сохранения перелетных птиц севера с точки зрения...
Is dedicated to the theme about the inclusive conservation of the problems of conservation of migratory birds of the north, and to speak about tools and approaches. And we need to get very good data, and we need to use contemporary tools, and of course geoinformational systems and distant zoning of the verb, statistical data, and and of course we make our suggestions to the government bodies, but unfortunately in Russia we don't really it's not really developed, but ideally these data should be taken into the account so that the decision-making bodies could use them, so that we could use the hunting lands and to conserve rare species. So the classic management of the resources would be the census, and that would be so if we speak about the birds, migratory birds, and of course we we encounter lots of difficulties, and the migratory flyways are very big system, and they cover several countries, and sometimes we see continental migratory ways, and we need. And of course, this can be done only on the international level. In Russia, we are a little bit we are lacking, and we are a little behind. And when in the States and Japan, they adopted the laws about the conserving the migratory birds, unfortunately, this being Russia being behind is still happening, and we don't have the management system for the migratory birds. So the next thing that is done in the North America is so they take into account flyways, and they regulate. It is regulated by the special council, and we always take this into account when we go and research ourselves. And when we would come and do ourselves on the map, you see the reserves and special territories, and but if you remember the picture of the flyway, you always understand that this kind of system doesn't work for the migratory birds. And the thing is that these special territories should be all the way on the covering all the flyway, but it's not the thing. And also we don't have data of census, and we don't have the census that was done during the Soviet times, and they would use the vehicles, and they don't really work for the conserving the birds, and they provide very bad information. So we have to start from the scratch. So we have this kind of plane, and which had this flying. And this model is used for the census and the aviosciences, and this model is made especially for flying on a lower height, and it uses diesel, and it's very very good. It doesn't use lots of fuel, and it's only 370 kilos, and only 2 people can actually manage this plane. And this plane is used for our work, and it is very the important thing is that this plane so they don't really fly lower than 120 kilometers per hour, but this very plane flies only 70-80 kilometers so they correlate with the fly speed of the birds, and you can see the size, and so it's almost as big as the boat. And on this slide you see how it is work, how it works on different lands. It can be water or snow, so it doesn't require any special groundwork, and we can actually land on the water, and we use this for transporting some cargo, but so if we can actually take a cargo to some unprepared sites. So the main problem is, especially when we look into the old data, so it is really not possible to find who was where, and this is a very good, solved by using the GPS, and cameras and stuff, and we can have this precise coordinate data, and you can see this. You have this. You can see on this. We have this map, and you have the technical characteristics of the engine, and you can see the instruments, what is used for sensors, and it is mainly cameras. So here you see how the exact how exact the information is when you take photos from above, and then you can see the arrow that actually shows the bird with a chip, and so this is the picture of from the tracker, and here you can see our routes and of other census, and this was done during the 2 years time, and we have covered all the northern part of the northeastern part of Russia. So if you speak about the sites where the sites that are not prepared well, so we actually use the weather stations, and we don't really depend on any settlements and stuff. And these are the photos from some weather stations, and this is from Taymyr and Yamal, and this is the gas station for us, or fuel station for us, and we bring it during winter, and then when in summer we use it. So here is our stations, and of course we use the help of reserves, Uslensky and other reserves, and this kind of system gives us independence. And the other threat is polar bears, and unfortunately they can damage our crafts, and they tear it apart, and this actually the only thing that hampers our work. So here you see the method shortly presented here, so you can see we can make a photo of the flock of the birds, and then we actually fly together with them, and then we can make more detailed photos, and then we go, and of course we see through the computer, and we see, and then we make data. So these are some photos you can take from the plane, and you can see what kind of quality we get, quality photos we get, and you can so you can see if you take ducks, you can see the flock that we can see types of birds. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without taking photos. So these are the photos of geese, adults and young geese, and then we can determine swans. And of course, it is not possible to do it with just looking with your own eyes. So for extrapolation of our data, we use type of the land where they and then we come up with the land, and then we make counts how many birds are in the particular places, and then we extrapolate on the area. So here you see the map of the southern part of the Yamal-Nenets okrug, and the same data will be done for Yakutia and Chukotka, and this method is very good. It is good that you can come up with the number of the birds. So we can actually come up with the density data on the density and what kind of lands can be, is characteristic for the different types of birds. So here you see the models, generalized models, and here you can summary of uncertainty, density surface model calculations, and you can use different coordination. And for example, I'll show how to make mistakes. And here, this type of bird has a very difficult environmental conditions. And so it has a predator, and the predator bird is, they actually, so if we come up with a model for these birds, so we can say that we come up with this number of the birds, so it's 23,000. But this is not wrong. But this is wrong. But if we take the parameters of the landscape, then we come up with a more precise data. on the count. So we correct the census and simultaneously we govern several projects, and when we have the birds that have chips, we can actually say when they start the fly, where they can stop, and of course we can come up with the census timing. So when the geese come to flock, we can get a very good material information, because we can take a very good pictures of the big flocks of birds. So then we come up with this kind of maps, and some places are key places, and further on we suggest some conservatory measures. So we make other census on sea ducks, but we fixate the dance where they come. And for example, we give this kind of data for the oil extracting companies, and so that they could understand where, so that they could take this into account when they do their mining activities. So also we count the size of brood, and again we come up with this maps for example, Yamal-Nets map you can see here, and also when we come up with this kind of map, we actually see how inefficient is the work. And when so here you see how so when we have the territories that are protected are not effective for migratory birds, because sometimes you see in the map that they flock on a totally different places. So when we have so for example, in Nenets autonomous okrug, we asked for 4 territories, especially protected territories, and these data, our data, was taken into account for working on the so-called the Red Book, and we know. The other thing is that we have the project, Russian-American project, and our program was included into the program of migratory birds of the North. And in 2019, we were invited for the internship in Alaska, and we worked on the avian census. And why and how it all started? It was more than 30 years ago in America, in Alaska. They noticed how they decreased of the bird, and Alaskan avian census they came to Anadyrь, and the Russian scientists joined in their census avia flights, and from 92 to 95 they actually did the census on the territory of Chukotka and Yakutia, and the same flight in 2016 we discussed with the pilot of this plane, and these are the maps that were made back then in 1990s, and when we worked together, and these are the data we got then. And 2002 in Chukotka, we did the same avia census, but unfortunately, these census were made on 3. And this on-3 plane is not really good for this kind of work. And when we got the data, they were not satisfactory. And in 2006, and when we worked on the same program in 2016, we came up with a plan scheme, and here you see. So we actually tried to follow this plan, and this year we finished our research of Chukotka. So here you see the map of the seasons of 2020 and 21, and we particularly repeated the routes of the 1990s census, and we see the Novosibirsky Islands, and here you see the American method. We always used, so we would just follow logic, our logic, or just to track the birds, and the direct line. So we in 2019 we got the data of types of birds that we use transect of American methods, and here you see this data from 1994. So you can see the data. The blue one is from 1994, and then the orange one is when you fly using the transect, and the gray one is the gray one is the data that we got following our own methods. So you can see there are differences, and probably we will make this kind of table for other territories as well, and we will see how what kind of data is better. And here are some examples of the photos in Yakutia. So you can see the white cranes, and here you see the transect is they don't really correlate with the routes, and it is really unfortunate to fly so much and don't get as much information. So we will suggest further on to fly following the birds themselves. And for example, these birds like white cranes and other birds. So the second project of this year is a small project in Chukotka, and Americans are interested in this in the amount of Belashik, and we white-neck ducks, and we counted the white-necked birds, and unfortunately, we can't make data available because we haven't processed them, and of course we will do it shortly. The other project was together with the Japanese companies, and we went to the white geese colonies, and here is the map of the so how the white geese would colonize in the lands, and then they came to Wrangel Island, and then again the population grew, and we were able to see colonies on Kolyma, on Novosibirsk islands, and other island. And unfortunately, on Novosibirsk islands, there are many people who come to hunt for the mammoth tusk. Unfortunately, they influence the nesting, and that's why those the ones that we found earlier, they're not existent anymore. And together with the also Japanese scientists, we census of the birds on the Novosibirsk islands, and this and the population of this type of bird is actually much bigger. The population of Khazarka bird is much bigger than we thought earlier, and of course the other one we are interested in is the bird is called white-fronted goose, and we counted in Yakutia, and we understand that the data that was published in white and the journal earlier, they are not precise, and our research is I hope that the Chinese counterpart, our partners in China, they will take into account our research results. So also we researched predators and the white polar bear, foxes, and other animals, and also we researched the anthropogenic influence on especially the mining and wildfires, and simultaneously we also counted the muskox and wild reindeer in Yakutia, in the Delta River, in the delta of the Lena River, and unfortunately we didn't see any of the wild reindeer there. And these are the data that wild reindeer is only on the territory of the preserves, and they are really the population is really low, and so we would suggest. We actually got the census of the wild reindeer in Melanie. And we would suggest to do the same in Yakutia, because the earlier data made a moratorium to be affected on other territories on hunting the wild reindeer. So here you see the data of different territories, and you can actually find any data that you are interested and use use it in whatever way you want. And you at the end, I would like to say that how many organizations supported us, and we are very grateful for their support, and we hope that we will continue our collaboration in future. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions,
Хорошо. Если нет...
Okay, so if no questions, then next reporter, Courtney Price. Are you online? Unfortunately, she's not. Maybe she will be online in 15-20 minutes. So shall we proceed with someone else?
После Courtney Love, кто должен выступить?
So who is next after Courtney Price? It's Evgeny Shemyakin.
Но если у нас есть 20 минут, может быть, Inga...
If we have 20 minutes, probably Inga, you could do your presentation.
Так, тогда Нил пусть начнет, да?
So maybe Neil will... Okay, good.
Так, а как тут?
Сейчас мы включим презентацию.
They will turn on your presentation. Bonjour. Neil.
Okay. Now.
Ничего не видно.
Секунду, решаем вопрос.
Что говорите? Мы можем сами загрузить, да? Я не знаю только, как тут это сделать.
Не, мы подключим вам.
Там открой на компьютере презентацию и демонстрацию экрана. Вот посередине зелененькую. И с твоего компьютера загрузим.
Вот все видно, да?
Да, видно.
Сейчас, ага. И так, тут что нужно сделать?
Жмите F5 на клавиатуре.
Да, все видно.
F5. Ой, это не то. Design, maybe, да, animation. Нет, это не то. Слайд-шоу, наверное. From current slide. Все. Так, и да. Надо свернуть. Окей, Нил.
Hi, my name's Neil Harmy. I actually was lucky enough to accompany Inga this year in July with her work in the Tomas area. And like this would have been the third time that Inga would have been working this year up in the tundra. My background is basically I've worked in nature protection in the Republic of Ireland for the past 20 years. So I want to just give a brief flavour of the birds that we've seen during this period of work that started on 22nd July. Basically, Inga was following up on previous surveys that would have occurred in the area going back from the last century and then into, say, the 1990s. The area that we were around would have been the Tamak village. We're very fortunate to have good family friends there. Now, in July, I helped carry out ground-based surveys that Inga was conducting, and this is on the western boundaries of the Siberian and sandhill crane breeding areas. This is and not very much understood. Fortunately, the local people are very aware of the different bird species, and according to them, Siberian cranes have been breeding in the area in forestry tundra there for maybe the last 9 years. We actually arrived in the area on the 24th, but we arrived in right. The springtime. Inga was actually working in the Dankia area. Now, there were cranes, both sandhills and Siberian cranes, recorded in 16th May, and the first Siberian cranes were reported by the local residents on the 14th of May, which coincided with the melt in the snows. Quite a lot of geese did move in through the area with many individuals recorded. So it's it's an important migration area. There's not only, say, the geese and the crane, there is the tundra swan that would have been recorded in the area moving on through. Sorry about this. No. Right. Now, basically, summer period where we had the traveling from the route by river, the Yushkunga to Karachi village. There was a nest of peregrine found on Stone Cliff, close to the village of Karachi. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it, but on July 24th, the route from Karachi to Tamat, what was interesting to me was not only all the different bird species, but a peregrine nest was found on the banks of the rivers on a high area of sand elevation. One chick was recorded there with 2 unhatched eggs. Other birds of note would have been 33 buzzards, 26 black-throated loons, 48 terns hunting, herring gulls 36, and king eiders 22, with 18 juveniles. So quite an interesting change in the territories as well. Like the area the peregrines were in, you would have remnant steppe areas within that. Now, when we got to Tamak, weather conditions weren't great, but we spent a bit of time in the village. And what was interesting to me is that you have nest and house martins, which is a species I wouldn't have considered. But according to local people, it would have been the 1990s when these birds actually first started to turn up in the village. And a lot of the houses have good density. The house that we were staying in, we had about 20 nests with good productivity. For me, I liked them because they take out the mosquitoes, which are everywhere. Also, in the village, you would see a good number of ravens and carrion crows, but there was one jackdaw seen on one occasion within the area. Also, there's white-tailed eagles operating close to the village, and according to local sources, it's located about 15 kilometers outside of the site. On the 27th of July, we were in the vicinity of the Orkul Lake, and it was quite interesting for me because sandhill cranes were there And when they were being observed, they were going through the pair bonding rituals, which was quite a nice sight to see. We did see another pair of Siberian cranes in the area, but they were really quite a large distance and only could be visible from the scope. So that was interesting. Now, when we were operating in the area looking for the cranes as well, we came across large numbers of white-fronted geese and tundra bean geese, about 150 to 200 individuals, with a good percentage of chicks. What I found interesting, where I come from, we only get geese in winter, and sort of behavior is totally different. But these birds were flightless, and when we came upon them by boat, they would run onto the shore, hide in the vegetation, or else dive under the water, which is something that I've never seen. So for me, it was good. On the same day, one hen harrier was seen, field harrier, I think you call them here. 16 pairs of rough-legged buzzards were noted, and 12 black-throated loons. The area actually had been hunted, say, the week before, and there was report at that time that there were brant geese in the vicinity. We didn't come across any of them at the time. Other predatory species would have been recorded near the village. Would have been short-haired owls. They were recorded on at least 2 different occasions. On the 30th of July, and this was, for me, very, very interesting. We had a group of 5 sub-adult Siberian cranes in the area, and we were fortunate enough to get good views, so it was quite good. We also revisited the peregrine nest site, which proved interesting because 2 of the eggs definitely did not hatch, and the youngster that was there had started to develop feathers as opposed to down. For me, that's interesting because normally back at home in Ireland, say, peregrines would be up and on the wing at this time. So this is more or less just a snapshot of what we were seeing. And like, as I said before, I was very fortunate to accompany my wife Inga. A really fascinating area to see. So what I kind of think is that it's not well recorded, the particular area we're in. There's definitely an expansion of cranes into that area, and both crane species have been recorded. So I think there's more work that would need to be done in that particular area. So thank you very much for your attention, and as I say, it's a very interesting area to have the opportunity to work in, and it does need more work. So thank you very much.
Нас слышно, да?
Can you hear us?
Так.
Там, Инга, выйти на демонстрацию экрана отключить.
Так, как нужно выйти?
Отключить демонстрацию экрана надо.
Так, сейчас.
Не выйти, а демонстрацию экрана.
Все. Все.
Спасибо большое. Может быть, какие-то вопросы?
very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. And then we have Courtney with us. And so we are inviting her with her report.
Okay, do I go now? Of course. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna share my screen. Let's see what happens here. I'm sharing this screen now. I hope you can see. And I'm gonna put it in slideshow now. Very good. You guys can see the presenting screen, correct?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, very good. All right, so thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. I appreciate the invitation, and I know that Evgeny Sirotchkovsky wanted to be here as well, but I'm happy to fill in for him and talk a little bit about AMBI, the Arctic Migratory Birds Initiative under the Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna. So to give you some context, I will first talk about the Arctic Council and CAF, explain what that is, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the findings from recent reports that we've produced, and I'll focus on waders and shorebirds, and I'll talk a little bit about those threats that we are seeing, and then I'll talk about our program and some of the directions that we are headed in. So the Arctic Council is the leading intergovernmental forum that promotes cooperation in the Arctic, largely on issues related to sustainable development and the environment. And this cooperative entity, it does a lot of things, but generally it brokers agreements, it generates data and monitoring in the environment, and it conducts assessments and it makes recommendations to the governments of the 8 Arctic states. And those are the USA, Canada, Greenland through the Kingdom of Denmark, that includes the Faroes, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Russian Federation. And uniquely, it also includes the 6 indigenous organizations that represent the peoples of the North. So in Russia, that's RIPON, the Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North. And so it's a unique global body in that those groups are all sitting around the same decision shaping table. It also includes non-Arctic state observer countries, and those are mostly in Europe and Asia. And in Asia, it is China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and India. And there's 26 other observer organizations that advance the work of the Arctic Council. And the Arctic Council organizes itself to conduct their work via working groups. And there's 6 working groups, and they each have a different focus. And those focuses could be emergency response or marine protection. CAF, C-A-F-F, Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna, is one of those working groups. And we like to think of ourselves as the biodiversity working group of the Arctic Council. And like the Arctic Council, we have board members from the 8 Arctic states, as well as the 6 indigenous peoples organizations. We call them permanent participants. We also have observers from the non-Arctic countries and international organizations. But the Arctic Council is represented by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, and CAF is represented by the Ministries of Environment or Natural Resources or those similar entities. And we have a mandate to address the conservation of Arctic biodiversity and to communicate our findings to the governments and residents of the Arctic, helping to promote practices that ensure the sustainability of the Arctic's living resources. So we encourage the wise and sustainable use of biodiversity. Both CAF and the Arctic Council have 2-year rotating chairmanships. And since May this year, they've recently changed hands. So for CAF, the chairmanship is now under Finland, but for the Arctic Council as a whole, it's Russia. So just a quick note to show you what the CAF area looks like. It's within this red line, which is a geopolitical boundary. Every country has set their own boundary, but the area is very large. It's larger than Africa, and there's 21,000 species in those regions. It's remote, it's logistically challenging, and it's very expensive to monitor properly. But it's also an area of the world that is changing very rapidly. So it becomes very important to monitor that area, to understand how things are changing, and so that you can make decisions that help promote the conservation in the region. So the question really becomes, how do we better harness our existing knowledge and capacity to inform those timely decisions, make sure that they're effective? How do we do that as change is accelerating and speeding up and making it harder to do that job? So CAF's response has been to develop a program called the Circumpolar Biodiversity Monitoring Program, or CBMP. And this is an international network of scientists, practitioners, indigenous groups, and others that work across the Arctic to improve the detection, understanding, and reporting on Arctic biodiversity trends. And we use existing networks and data to better harness the knowledge and capacity. And so we pool the knowledge and the resources. And in doing so, we hopefully get more out of the monitoring investment that has been made. And these efforts are divided along major ecosystems: marine, freshwater, terrestrial, coastal. And these groups are comprised of experts, scientists, and others. And they have developed coordinated biodiversity monitoring plans, which basically give some indication of what should be monitored, when, how, in order to best tell us about what change is happening. And they have produced those plans, and now they've gathered all the information from across the Arctic, and they've developed findings in the State of Arctic Biodiversity reports. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some results from the State of the Arctic Terrestrial Biodiversity Report, which is where we're finding a lot of the tundra birds, the birds that breed in the Arctic. That's why I'm focusing on this report. But the report produced more information than just about birds, on vegetation, arthropods, mammals as well. But I'll talk, like I said, a little bit more about the bird species that were examined. So of the 88 bird species and 224 taxa, 20% of those species were experiencing declines in all of their populations. That's a huge red flag when you're able to see that from the large-scale Arctic perspective. And so those 20% are incredibly concerning, but well over half of the bird taxa had at least one population that was in decline. So in general, raptors seem to be doing relatively stable across the Arctic. This is a very generalized statement, and it comes from a summary of Arctic-wide information. So that sort of hides more regional trends. So it's a very general statement, but it can be quite different on a very localized scale. We see that with ptarmigan as well. They showed both positive and negative trends. And actually nearly half of all geese species were increasing. and some had population explosions, which are not necessarily a good thing either. But the most common bird group that was in decline were waders. Half of all of them were in decline. That's 51% of the 91 taxa that we looked at that had estimated trends. That doesn't count those that we don't know much about. So these declines are not evenly experienced across the world. So we can see that in particular, 88% of known wader taxa in decline are in decline in the East Asian Australasian flyway. Those are the green arrows here. And about 70% of known wader species were stable or increasing in the African Eurasian flyway. So there are some differences when you start to look at the flyways across the world. So let's take a little bit of a deeper look into the findings when it comes to waders. Here is the data as to what's happening for the bird populations of waders, waterfowl, land birds, and water birds across the major flyways here. And here we can see that the wader columns in all of the flyways had a pretty alarming proportion of declining species. From what we know, they are the first or the second species group in decline across all of the flyways. So you can see here that actually land birds in the African Eurasian are in a worse situation than the waders. Here, waders in the Central Asian flyway pale in knowledge compared to the rest. And definitely in the East Asian Australasian flyway, they're the most in decline group. So alarmingly, there is a huge data gap in the Central Asian flyway for waders. And actually, Sakha Republic is in both of these flyways, both the Central Asian and the East Atlantic flyway. So this is a situation that could be improved with some on-the-ground knowledge generation. Alarmingly, though, because this is what we know, this is in decline, but we suspect this red bar would be a lot higher if we actually filled in some of these gray data gaps. And here as well, our second biggest data gap when it comes to Arctic breeding tundra birds are waders in the East Asian, Australasian flyway. So here too, even though 88% of known taxa are in decline, it might actually be higher if we knew more about what was going on. So what is going on? What could be causing these declines? Because these birds travel throughout the whole world, you really need to investigate everywhere that they go. So let's start by looking at the Arctic. So with a warming climate, tundra habitat that birds use to nest can become less suitable for shorebirds, given that there will be corresponding changes in vegetation and soil characteristics and food availability. So this map is from a 2016 study that modeled the existing and the future climate suitable conditions for 24 Arctic specialist species. So here you can see the current availability of climate suitable conditions, not quite habitat, but the conditions that make habitat possible. And here, under rather ambitious emissions reduction scenarios, we can still see a pretty alarming decline in climate suitable conditions in just 50 years. So authors tried to visualize what it would look like, or what it could look like if species were reacting to this different climate suitable conditions. And what they sort of came up with is that many species that use the Asian flyways may actually decline or switch flyways because of their lack of habitat. So that's what these brown areas are, the proportion of species that either could come into the area or could potentially leave. So it is suspected that many Arctic specialist species may disappear or shift from Asian flyways. But of course, this is all based on modeling, not actual observation yet. So now I'd like to talk about where a lot of the science has focused on Arctic birds and climate change, and that's in the study of a potential mismatch in the timing between the environment and the birds' breeding activities. So this slide will explain the theory about what is happening, and then we'll talk a little bit more about some of the observations. So here, the white is the winter season, and the summer is green. And the first step is that the birds will time their arrival on the Arctic breeding grounds to correspond with the timing of snow melt. And that kicks off the insect season. And so the peak availability of invertebrate food becomes available, meaning that birds arrive with enough time to gather the strength, find a partner, and initiate a nest, so that when eggs hatch, the food is most abundant and available during this sensitive time in a bird's life. So getting this timing right gives the chicks the best ability to feed efficiently, and they have optimum growth. And that puts them in the best position before their risky migration journey. But with increased warming, the snow melts earlier. Insects are emerging earlier, and they're becoming more abundant earlier. Birds may not be able to time their arrival earlier, and this throws the balance of this cycle off, so that the chicks hatch perhaps after the peak availability of food, and that may affect their growth and their ability to store, to build the stores necessary for migration. So we ask, are birds keeping up with seasonal changes? Is their pace matching that of the environment? Is their survival in question because of this? So let's look at a study that comes out of Alaska here. These are the results of a 14-year Alaskan study. And let's first look at this last square here. This is the snow melt, the rate of snow melt over the 14 years. This signals to the birds that they should start nesting. Snow melt is happening earlier over time in this study, about 11 days earlier than 30 years ago. And we can see this in the declining line here. If it was consistent, it would just be straight. And the steepness of the line is how fast the snow is melting. It's almost 1 day per year in the 14-year study. And the other squares here are the first egg laying date for the birds. And if they were keeping pace with the environment, then the angles would match. So you can see that the only species that's able, more or less, to keep this pace is the Western sandpiper. The slope of the line is sort of similar here. But for all the other birds, they didn't really keep this pace. And so while snow melt happened 1 day a year earlier, birds could, in general, only manage about 1/3 of a day earlier. And the Dunlin here is almost a flat line. So this issue is not evenly studied across the Arctic. Where does the data come from to identify these mismatches? And there's quite a few studies coming from the North American Arctic. And here in Canada, there was a negative mismatch for snow geese and for Baird sandpiper. This is the study that I just went over in Utqiagvik, Alaska. That mismatch was observed. In Western Russia, there was a mismatch found for the barnacle goose and the little auk in Svalbard. But here's something different. The Hudsonian godwit experienced a mismatch in Hudson Bay, Canada here. But the same species in a different area did not experience the same mismatch. So we need to know that just because one species is experiencing something in one area, it's not obviously the case in every area. And so next we need to know, after it's been observed, if it's actually having any effect on the bird. And this is actually a lot less studied because it's harder to do. So it has been done with the sanderling in Greenland. So what this means here is that there was a mismatch. The insects came earlier, actually even earlier than they did in the Alaskan study here, but the sanderlings did not advance their egg laying date. So according to the theory, we would expect this to be bad for the sanderling, but actually it wasn't. It did not affect chick growth. What did affect chick growth was how long that peak abundance of food stuck around. So was it like a quick explosion of insects and it disappeared, or did the explosion, was it sustained and long and the birds could still benefit from an abundance of food, given that even if they were hatched later in the season? So this speaks to the fact that we need to better understand the insects and the predator-prey relations as well. So there's a lot of variation between species and sites. Here in the Russian Arctic, it has been found that the bar-tailed godwit did manage to keep the pace with the emergence and abundance of food. And this is kind of an interesting case. So let's take a look at this a little bit more in depth. This bird is advancing his breeding. So let's take a look at how he's been tracked throughout the flyway so we can better understand how he might be doing this. So here they've been tagged as or tracked as arriving in the Wannsee pretty consistently since the mid 1990s. So they're arriving more or less the same time. And that's likely because snowmelt is happening earlier. We see them arrive in the Wannsee with consistent timing, but then we see them arriving earlier in the Arctic. And we can estimate that this is because they're trying to catch that earlier snowmelt, right? So they are advancing their day arrival in the Arctic. And you can see the snowmelt is advancing a lot earlier, but they're sort of keeping pace with it, more or less. That's what the green and the pink arrows there are saying. So this speeding up can happen. And the food peak is advancing as well. So you can see that. So the speeding up can happen. They can arrive in the Arctic earlier. But what matters here is because they're arriving in the Arctic earlier in the same time in the Wannsee, they're actually spending less time in this staging site here. So what needs to happen is they need to eat more in a shorter amount of time in order to have the resources necessary to travel to the Arctic and initiate breeding. So really some inevitable Arctic warming effects could potentially be mitigated with really healthy staging sites that are full of food and available food. But unfortunately, some of these sites are not well known. The importance for the species is not well understood, and we need to investigate how these sites may be changing. So some of these sites we do know have been disappearing. Of particular concern is the Yellow Sea region in the East Asian Australasian flyway. It's a bottleneck where many of the species come and they need the location. It's also one of the most densely populated areas of the world with a lot of development pressures. So this map over here on the right shows the percentage loss of intertidal habitats. Those are the habitats the birds need since the 1970s. And it's really showing that in the Yellow Sea, it's quite a bad situation. And for many years, it's been one of the most threatened ecosystems in the world. 2/3 of the habitat has disappeared in the past 50 years. And here's what that looks like on a, I guess, closer up scale, even though this is quite zoomed out. This is Dongtai in China, and this is during my lifetime. This is the intertidal habitat, and this is how it's been built up. So with the disappearance of these habitats, the birds aren't as able to travel. So I guess the point here is if you are only looking in one area of the flyway, you're not really understanding the whole story. So you need to look beyond just the one area. And the wader declines in the East Asian, Australasian flyway have largely been attributed to this sort of stopover site loss, habitat loss. And working across the flyway is really the best chance we have to pinpoint where these birds are running into trouble. So crafting that sort of flyway-wide story involves international work, but it actually does work. So here have been some very recent successes coming out of the East Asian flyway for conservation of those habitats that I was talking about. This is very good news for the birds and very good news for people. In 2018, China announced a full ban on coastal reclamation activities. That's been the largest conservation gain for these birds in this flyway for decades. And in 2019, they identified large geographies that are important for Arctic breeding migratory birds, and they nominated them as United Nations UNESCO sites. And Korea has done the same just this past summer. So these are the Gatball tidal flats, the new UNESCO site. So it's international scientific study that has identified and pinpointed these areas as necessary for protection. And it's those stories that have informed these policies. So recognizing that many Arctic migratory species are threatened by actions outside of the Arctic, and that we need to work across flyways to improve conservation. The Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna launched the Arctic Migratory Birds Initiative in 2015 to address stressors on migratory birds, particularly shorebirds, those waders that we still see are in decline along their entire range. And this has marked a new approach for the Arctic Council, which is now looking beyond the Arctic and leveraging international partnerships, sometimes at the level of ministries of foreign affairs, to build cooperation and conservation for these species. And AMBI is led by Canada, the US, Norway, and the Russian Federation actually chairs AMBI. Evgeny is the chair of AMBI. And we have also on our steering group, BirdLife and Wetlands International. We also have state and organization representation across many flyway committees, and it includes many observer states to the Arctic Council, including China, India, Korea, Singapore, and many European countries. And we have resolutions of cooperation with several multilateral environment agreements. So we're taking these, we're leveraging these institutions to raise conservation issues that have been underrepresented or that are challenging to tackle. And our work is guided by a work plan. The current period of work is until 2025. And the work plan was developed in cooperation with experts from across the globe. And we organize ourselves into these main flyways. We developed a circumpolar one, recognizing that some species move east to west. And each flyway has its own focal species, priority geographies, and conservation issues. And work is guided by flyway committees that implement the work plan. But in general, AMBI tries to address climate change, habitat degradation, unsustainable harvest, and other issues as they may pertain to the priority species, including bycatch or pollution. And like I said, what we're really trying to do here is leverage the institution to raise conservation issues that are underrepresented. And we work with those people who are already on the ground advancing these issues. And we use this international platform to showcase and support their work and their influence and support additional activities that could further implement actions. So AMB is a key project for the Arctic Council to engage its observer states. There's a need to find a visible and politically friendly issue on which to cooperate, and birds are an obvious connection between countries, and they are an at-risk issue. They need to be prioritized. And so the Arctic Council is in a unique position to build cooperation between Arctic and non-Arctic states, the breeding grounds and the staging sites and the wintering sites. And by becoming involved in this issue, we can build recognition for the existing work that's happening and identify and fill knowledge gaps. So we can tell the story of these birds and the habitats across the flyway. It's a necessary precursor to build support for conservation. So in very broad strokes, implementation is focused on leveraging the Arctic Council structure. We work with Arctic states. In the Arctic, we work with observer countries. Outside of the Arctic, we engage indigenous peoples on these issues. And we want to better understand drivers of decline and threats, and we want to raise the profile and encourage investigation of that. And we want to identify how that happens throughout the entire flyway. So building that understanding at a flyway-wide level. The Central and East Asian flyways are by far the largest area of AMB. More than twice of the actions in the AMB work plan occur in these flyways. And that's because these flyways have the most species in decline or the most unknown status. So our Arctic Council Asian observer states are also in this flyway. Russia, the chair of the AMB program, it's a big priority area for the program. And so we prioritize these particular species here. I can go through them, but maybe I won't take up your time doing that. But the priority actions are to basically identify and secure breeding and staging habitats in the Arctic, and to do the same for the staging sites that are occurring throughout the flyway in cooperation with our observer states. We're encouraging observer states to gather knowledge in their jurisdictions and protect those sites. Throughout the entire flyway, however, we want to prevent illegal hunting and try to understand sustainable levels of legal harvest and promote those regulations. And we want to work with partners to increase the number and quality of population estimates of Arctic breeding water birds. So sometimes these species are not well known. The status and trends are not well known. And then we want to address other threats to Arctic birds to improve international cooperation. So there's a need to gather better information on the abundance, distribution, and habitat use of species. This is again from the START report here, and you can see the status of monitoring for waders across the Arctic, where the pink is poor spatial coverage and sporadic funding, and the yellow is maybe good spatial coverage but sporadic funding. And there's really only three places or three states in the Arctic that have some funding, consistent funding associated with wader monitoring, and that's in Russia, Canada, and Greenland. So want to try to prioritize working in those areas to make sure that their information is feeding into these different processes. Here's some maps of bird monitoring in the Arctic, again from the State of the Arctic Terrestrial Biodiversity Report. The yellow, which is not actually really easy to see on the screen here, but those are wader birds. And this over here is where phenological studies have been conducted. So those timing studies and how long the data has been around for that. Obviously, the longer the data, the better the story you can tell. So when it comes to these sorts of studies, we need to expand the coverage of phenological studies, because you'll recall that different species in different areas can react differently. And we need to bring in, we need to connect with ecological experts and invertebrate experts to really understand these interactions more fully. We also need to understand the predator-prey interactions, how species that prey on waders interact in changing landscapes and how that affects breeding in these birds, breeding success. So there's lots of opportunities to study and advance these issues that really we're in desperate need of this knowledge in order to inform conservation actions. So AMBI is actually a good mechanism to engage, to advance these issues. So for example, AMBI CAF is engaging with the government of India on their development in the Central Asian Flyway Initiative. That's the latest global effort to develop an international flyway-wide cooperative mechanism to cooperate. And this flyway does not have this mechanism. They don't have the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. They don't have the African Eurasian Waterbird Agreement. So a similar type of mechanism is in the process of being developed. And AMBI was successful to get several of our priority birds into the Indian government's national action plan, meaning that these birds are now of national significance and will have a species strategy developed for them. And this may free up some resources in the Indian system to better understand these birds. And in the AMBI work plan, there's an action to develop a satellite tagging project with India. And that would be a real milestone for the Central Asian Flyway. People have not done that for waders in this flyway yet. I think actually maybe not for a great many Arctic breeding birds in the flyway. I think some geese and raptors. So yeah, so that will help us identify where these important habitats are, where they're going. It's a different type of flyway. It's not as coastal as the others. So it will be an interesting project once we get there. We're also working on the topic of illegal hunting, and AMBI was actually really instrumental to help establish the illegal hunting, taking, and trade task force in the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. That recommendation was made after an AMBI meeting, and I think it was MOP 9 or maybe MOP 8 of the EAAFP established that task force. So we have some funding applications that we need to hear back from in order to develop what we're calling an economic analysis of mist nets. So this will help us understand the level of production of these devices and the sale and the distribution of them. They're quite known to indiscriminately take down thousands of target and non-target species, take them right out of the sky. So tens of kilometers of mist nets have been identified as a major issue for some of our priority species. So hopefully, if we are successful at securing some funding, we will be working through that task force to deliver the economic analysis, but also a monitoring protocol so that when monitoring experts are in the field, they have some standardized advice for how to collect information so that the information will be comparable across other regions. And in addition, Birds Russia colleagues, they're conducting harvest assessments to understand the level and impact of take on shorebirds in Far East Russia. I believe other speakers will get into that, so I won't steal their thunder. Contaminants, yes. So there is a possibility that in the very near future, we will be working with colleagues in Birds Russia to sample shorebirds and conduct testing for heavy metal and organochlorine, pesticides, and even some plastics. And this is to contribute to an emerging understanding of these interactions in the flyway There are some recent studies out of Australia and some habitat studies out of from colleagues in China. There's no understanding of the effect of contaminants on birds in the breeding grounds. So we're hoping to bring that understanding to this emerging understanding in the flyway. And it could be, I mean, it's suspected that pollution could be an important factor. There are areas of the flyway that are heavily used by humans. So it could be that those interactions may be playing a part. We just don't fully know. So these are just some of the things we're addressing under AMBI. It is actually like a 76 action work plan. So there's many, many areas to become involved. So we would welcome partnerships from Yakutia colleagues and other Russian colleagues and colleagues from across the flyway to contribute to any number of projects that they may see align with their own priorities under the AMBI project. So we feel that it's a strategic and timely opportunity to make a really big difference, not only in crafting these the better understanding of the science in the flyway, but to create these conservation stories so that we can have an effect on the policies that influence conservation. And with the chairmanship of the Arctic Council and the chairmanship of the Arctic Migratory Birds Initiative, both being with Russia, it could be a very good opportunity for Russian colleagues to become involved. So that is the bulk of the presentation here. This is me enjoying some of the biodiversity in Iceland. And I would encourage you to please feel free to contact me. My email is here, or you also contact Evgeny if you'd like to be more, if you have any questions about anything in the presentation or any other information in AMBI, we'd be happy to speak with you. So that is my presentation. So I'm going to end the show and I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I will mute myself now.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Some question? Okay, probably you have some proposals to include in our resolution of this forum. And if you could formulate it and send to us, we can include it in the final resolution.
Great, thank you. I'll stay on for as long as I can. I may have to pop in and out here and there, but I am happy to join the discussion and learn from the other presenters in this session.
Okay, not problem. I think we can do the final version during 1 week. So we have a time to think about, and we will be happy if you can formulate some more precious topics of our further cooperation, especially in Yakutia. Коллеги, спасибо большое. Есть предложение.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. There is a proposal. To have a short break because we have been working for 2 hours. Let's say some 10 minutes. So then we'll start at 2:05. So Evgeny will start with you.
Соня, еще раз, во сколько?
Ну, сейчас без 5:02. На 10 минут перерывчик сделаем, если никто не возражает. 14:05.
So just 10 minutes break.
Сейчас без 5:12 в Москве.
So it's 5 to 12 in Moscow.
Вот. Наверное, имеется в виду, что если начало будет через 10 минут, то оно будет в 12:05 по Москве. Вот. Ну,
So let's get 12:05 Moscow time. Just in 10 minutes.
Хорошо, поняли.
Если я правильно всех понял.
Да. Коллеги, ну давайте вернемся к работе. Евгений, вы готовы? Евгений, что-то проблемы какие-то?
Are there any problems? Do you hear me well? Do you see the presentation?
В экранном режиме, да, запустить презентацию.
Хорошо, хорошо. У меня что-то этот интернет не очень. Сейчас.
Слайд-шоу там сверху нажать.
Оба. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm presenting this report on current state and prospects of birds migration study in Yakutia. So the changes in the
Изменения в составе.
Changes in ornithofauna in Yakutia are based on this data. So this first data was found in the studies of Vorobyov in 1963. So according to his data, he registered 232 birds, and 232 were the nesting, and 7 were so the 7 were the migratory birds. And in 1990s, Labutin made more research, and 250 were registered. And according to Nahodkin's data in 2008, so the nesting types of birds were 272, and 38 were the migratory. And according to our data, now on the territory of Yakutia, there are 273 nesting birds, and probably 47 migratory and 12 near nesting. So you know that you see that from the it is increasing. The number of nesting birds are increasing since 1960s. So this is chonga. So this type of bird was migratory bird, and in the region of Sentavsky region in the River Belui, we started to see him in 1990s, starting from 1990s. So in 2000s it became nesting bird, and in 2000 we found a nest on the swamps of the Vili area, and in 2021 we found this bird. So the next bird is this bird was found last year, and in 2019, hunters brought us two types of this bird, and when we studied the birds, they showed to be young birds, and we don't have any data on nesting, if they are nesting or not, or we just we don't know whether they nest or not. And mandarin birds, mandarin duck, we registered it since 1990s. So in the area of the Aldan River, and subsequently in 2004 and since 2004 they were hunted by hunters, and according to our data of our colleagues, our colleague published an article about this type of bird, and in autumn 2008, in the middle current of the Aldan River, 4 young mandarin ducklings were registered, and we suppose that we think that probably this type probably is also nesting already. So on the map, black dots are the places where we we found this bird. So we don't have any data since 2008. So our colleague right now are in the area of Aldan River, and they are observing and trying to find this type of bird. So purple. And this quail is not really studied, and we find it in the Lopinsk area, and but it is from the literature basically, and we don't have exact data, and we haven't found any nesting or we haven't found any bird yet. So in August 2019, we studied the valleys of anthropogenic nature in the southern region of Yakutia, in Aldansky region, where these anthropogenic valleys were made back during the Soviet era, and now we have the meadows. When we researched these meadows, we found we heard three male birds, and this probably we suppose that quail is nesting, but according to the information from the local people, it is the sound is actually belongs to quail, and we suppose that they nest in the Aldan area, quite far from their habitat. So common moran usually is found in Amursky region, and the population is growing, and so also we found in Baikal, in southern Baikal. So this bird is migratory bird. So we have only two. So we found this bird in Sundarsky region in the area of airport, and also we found in the territory of the city of Yakutsk, and we found grown-up, an adult moran with its duckling, and also we know that in Amga region as well, and it's in summer, spring period, or particularly. Asian Dowitcher. It is a new species for Yakutia. So we've noted it with a red circle and on the map, and so I wanted to tell about this. So we first registered it. Registered in the basin of the river Velui, and it was hunted. It was hunted down by a hunter, and there were groups of four species, and in 2019 we registered a flock of 10 birds. And in summer and autumn, in these territories, in these regions, and in other regions, we studied. We didn't find it. We didn't find it till 2018 in autumn. So we also found them in summer 2018 on the territory of Suntar village, where there were two couples of them. And not far from the Ilgai village, we found 3 flocks, up to 48 species. So during the droughts, we observed 40 species, and 10 species showed the nestling behavior. So in 2018, we studied the lakes, and we didn't register any nesting of these birds. And in 2019, in one of the lakes, we found more than 50 birds, and there were 4 nests. And in 2021, from 2018 to 2020, we would periodically research these places, and we find hatching of these nests of these birds. And this year, we organized an expedition in the framework of the project Ignarus, and so this is in the framework of the program that studies this particular bird. And 2008, we researched it from 2018, as I have mentioned earlier. As I did mention earlier, and with the help of the satellite, we found out that so the 6 grown-up adult birds that we found, they left their nesting at the end of June, and some they left in the middle of July, and they went to Mongolia, to the eastern part of China, and some to the Yellow Sea, and from there they migrated to the winter migration, and right now they are in Bangkok and Vietnam, and in southern Sumatra, and in Indonesia. So The sixth chip we registered in China in the Bohai Bay in 2018 in the work during our working committee in 2020. We saw the work of Mongolian colleagues, and they registered the chips in the territory of Mongolia, and in 2020, in May, they registered the chip that went back to Vilui, and probably this bird was in the same territory where we found it. So according to the data of our Mongolian colleague, the bird spent summer and then went back to the eastern part of China. So also, according to their data, we see that the trackers they coincide with this tracking that we did. So one of the transit territories, key transit territory is the area of the Yellow Sea and on the eastern part of China. So Azure Wind Magpie. So this is a new species that we didn't have it before, but now we used to register them in Amga and Alukma, but we didn't find any nesting. In 2019, this bird started nesting in Nirungri area, and according to others, it nests in the area of the mountains there. So now it is a nesting bird in the territory of Yakutia. So the next slide, please.
Это у меня зависло.
I can't move the slide. So Eurasian magpie, it's a new species for Yakutia, and it is spread because the western part of Yakutia is becoming more developed by the industries, and that's why because of the settlements and because of that development, this bird is becoming frequent in these territories. So it's in near Alupinski city and also in Suntar, and these are the places where they nest. And this year, in spring, we found out that from the social media that this bird is found in Sangar area, which is the mouth of the Vilui River, and on the Lena River as well. So, but we haven't found any nesting yet. So now I would like to speak about the migration ways of the birds reported in ringing center. According by the ringing center, you can see from the map, we have data from all over the world, from both continents, and So these are the sites where we have the stationary sites from where we do the observations, and since 1990s. And this yellow green part, green site is green dot is for the newly established site. So according to this slide, you can see that we have a Australasian flyway and and we see here the birds use this West Pacific flyway as well. So according to the migration of the swans, according to our data that are not published, we know that this they nest on the eastern part of Yakutia, northeastern part of Yakutia. They migrate to Japan and Korea, and the swans that nest on the northwestern part of Yakutia, they fly to China in the area of the lake. So here you see the photos of this swan. They don't really get scared of people or dogs. So these are the data that we've published, and you can see here the types of birds that nest on our territory, and they fly to Yakutia. To Japan, and the data about mallard, we know that this bird mallard. So here now that we see that they are expand the area of they actually getting the habitat of this duck is getting wider and wider, and now they can be found even in Tixi and in some other northern parts. And we don't really have any facts of nesting, but the hunters say that even in autumn they see young ducklings, but probably this bird is actually becoming more familiar with the northern part of Yakutia. So this is the data on ringing, and so here you see the data on the birds that were hunted down by the hunters, and we know the data from the Japanese colleagues from Japan, and also we put bantlings on the mallards, and unfortunately, none of the three couldn't make it to their places where they spent winter. But we did the same with the other birds, but we hope that they will make it to the. Sorry, I can't hear anything. So, Anna's Penelope that were ringed in India, they registered in western part of Yakutia, and they were ringed in India. And also the ones that were ringed in China, they were found in the Girka and Aldan, and those were that were ringed in the Japan. They go to the basin of the river Kolyma for nesting. So about the data on Anas greca, it is kind of the same pattern. You see the Indian ones, they were found in the territory of the western part of Yakutia, and the rings that were put on the island Palawan and southern part of Korea, so they come to the north eastern part of Yakutia, and the rings that were found, established in Japan, they come to Magadan and central part of Yakutia. So about Klaipėda, northern shoveler, so we have only 5 rings, and 5 these fly to the western part of Yakutia, and those and the Japanese ones they go to Magadan, and in springtime they come to the Japanese ring was found in the basin of the Velui River. The pintail, so the rings that were the Indian ones were again in the western part of Yakutia, and they ringed in Hong Kong, China. The rings of Hong Kong and China, they were found in central part of Yakutia and the northeastern part of Yakutia. And also you see the data from the American centers, and they fly to the basin river of Kolyma, and in 2011 we found 120 chips, and some of the birds flew to Kolyma, and in autumn one bird went to Alaska. So long-tailed duck, we don't have. We have some data. We don't. So here you see about the data on the American rings were found in the Kolyma River, and and probably those that nest on the northeastern part of Yakutia, they fly back to Japan. These were this census was done in the territory of Yakutia in the 1960s and 70s, and these data were published, and then you see that in 2001 and 2005, you see the increasing of population, and during the autumn period, the hunters and our colleagues, you see that you see the increasement of this type of bird. So this Baikal teal, so they were ringed in Southern Korea and Japan, and they were registered in the territory of the river Indigirka. So spot-billed duck, we just had a singular case, and it came to Lena River, and it was ringed in Japan. And tufted duck, we have data only from the ones that were ringed in India, and they come to the lower basin of the river Lena and on the western part of the central part of Yakutia. So common Ada, we have data. They fly to delta of the Lena River. But this data goes back to 1943. So the stellar Ada, we have data that the rings that were put on Alaska, they were found in the river Kalima. So this black-throated diver, we have the data dating back from 1935, so we don't have any fresh data. And this birds that were ringed in Yakutia, they went to the Baltic Sea. So and I think that about this case, we will, I think Inga Prokopievna will speak about more, and we have data that these birds that nest on the northern part of Yakutia, they fly to the Lake Pianhu. So Brent goose, so they probably, we have two populations of this bird. One of them is on the river Alenyuk, and they probably fly to the west for winter, and the other one, the other population goes the eastern way, the eastern direction. So according to the satellite monitoring, we see that those fly to Japan. In 2019, we found a small colony of these Brent goose birds, Brent goose, and this is the data about ruff. We had a lot of data on this bird, and we see a lot was registered on the territory of Yakutia. So sandpiper, we have data from the ringing center. Some of them were ringed on the territory of India, and they were registered in the western part of Yakutia, as well as on the territory of Magadan. And from Indonesia, one ring was found in the basin of River Yana. So we do have some data about bar-tailed godwit. So the center, the ringing center data is from 2002. So they from Indonesia, so practically from Australia and from Manila, Thailand, they come to northeastern part of Yakutia. So this is about sparrows. We don't really have a lot of, and we found them in the they were ringed in Vilui, and then they were found in Thailand, and the other bird in Russian Punachka, so they were these were found in Alaska, USA, and also in Imecon. So this year we registered two sites where we found bar-headed goose. So in the Vilui River, in the middle part of the river Vilui, 4 species, and on the territory of the southern part of Yakutia, not far from Nerengri, we found 3 ducks, and this was like a mating period for them, and they were there for 2-3 weeks, and they flew away, and then we got the data from the Vilui River. So thank you for your attention. Do you hear me? I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much for your detailed observation and report. So if you have any questions, please ask Evgeny.
Евгений, тогда...
So, Evgeny, so please shut the presentation screen. And you have there are a lot of questions, but technically, but we will discuss it later with you. Thank you again for your interesting report. Next is Inga Busikatova. So you're ready.
Just a moment. Can you hear me?
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Позвольте представить вам мой доклад на тему.
So let me introduce my report on the number of the Siberian crane and the sandhill crane in the western part of Malaysia. So the data for 2017, 18, 19 and 21. In the period 2017-2019, we did first ground surveys in the interfloop of Alazia in Tigirka. So this is so-called Alazia spots of increased density. So this is the habitat which is one of the least studied areas. So this Alazia section was studied in the 1970s. So the studied area made over 2,000 square kilometers, and I identified 2 spots, so-called Alazia region. So this is the interflow between Sundrome Alazia and the regular habitat, which is in the lower reaches of the Shandrin River. So you see all the signs for the white crane. And so we noted
В пределах Лазийского очага на территории в низовьях реки Сундрун большая протока, малый большой хомусюряк. Площадь учетных работ составила около 2000 квадратных километров. Средняя плотность населения
so the density was higher than the data obtained from the aerial surveys in 1980s. So in the lower reaches, we also noted high density. So starting from 2017, we spotted 2001 Stellar's geese and 158 in the Alazia section and 29 in the lower reaches of the Shandrin River. In 2018, from 6 to 13 August, we covered a wider area. We managed to reach the Alazia River. So in 2017, because of the low water level, we were not able to reach Alazia. And so we studied the Har-Uryakh area. This is also a new territory studied. So we noted 53 Siberian white cranes. At the new site at Har-Uryakh, we counted 31 white cranes, including 7 pairs and a single one. So, and also we spotted a pair and a single individual in the valley of the Alazia River, and also in 4 pairs in the area of Sundrun. So most likely they were young individuals. So the reproduction efficiency was low due to the flooding of the nesting areas. So sample cranes, we spotted only one chick. The year 2019 was more successful. From the 31st of July to 28th of August, we went from Chukurda to Keremissi to Lundin, Rebet, Har-Uryakh, and Shandrin. So we studied new areas like near Lake Great Musumu. So in the years 2018 and 19, our work was done under the joint agreement with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So I didn't include the data on banding birds because we caught some 200 species of various geese and swans in this 2-year period. So, but I didn't just have enough time to include. In 2019, we registered 59 species of Siberian white crane and 66 sandhill cranes. Out of 20 pairs of Siberian cranes named as had chicks, and out of 19 pairs of sandhill cranes also had chicks. So this was a very productive year because this was the low water level period. So you see the Siberian white crane chick So we wanted to catch it and to band it, but it escaped to the lake. So we're still working in our article, which we are working on along with our colleagues from Zurich. So where we used our data on nesting. So, our aim was to identify nesting areas, and the percentage of flooded areas varied from 6 to 55%, and it increased in the period 2001 through 2018. And extreme floodings in 2017 and 18 flooded over the half of the potential nesting areas, which affected the reproduction negatively. So here we see the snow cover thickness, which correlates to the number of to the volume of the flooded nesting areas. Here we see the correlation of flooded nest sites and juvenile Siberian cranes counted at Monogir Nature Reserve. Because I wanted to show you how tundra looks like, a pair of Siberian white cranes, and you see a reindeer running by, a Siberian crane with circle these cranes. And so for the first time I saw for the first time some Siberian white cranes crossing this, swimming across this lake. In 2021, we collected eggs in Nizhny-Kolymsky, Srednye-Kolymsky, and Alaitovsky forest tundra area, but that was not for the first time. So we registered 22 encounters with pairs and single individuals. And some nesting areas which we found in 17, 18, and 19, they were empty. So in red dots, so these are newly discovered nests, and you see that there are very few red dots. So we covered quite a large territory, but many of the areas were empty, so I wasn't prepared for that. And we expect that the dry summers, they led to decreased water level, and so it increased the suitable areas. But another hypothesis is that starting from 2020, they started bringing groups of tourists, so they travel around these areas to go to Sundrun area without any permissions. So no one knows how they travel. Maybe that might have influenced. So here, some of my conclusions. So the number of Siberian cranes in the LSZ highest density 4 has increased by 1.5 times over the past 20 years. So as for the Sandhill crane, their population doubles the number of Siberian crane, and we have witnessed the low population of Siberian white cranes between Alazia and Sundrun.
и западная граница Закасика Чайгоркина, плотность населения вида такая же, как и в пределах Алазийского очага повышенной.
And in the other area, near River Chandrin,
И с каждым годом число этих туристов увеличивается.
the population density is the same as in the Alazia region. Thank you for your attention. Inga, thank you very much for your presentation. Maybe we should think about including into resolution some proposal on regulating tourism. So maybe you can formulate this proposal. I think that we need to increase the territory of the nature preserve. So if this territory had some status of the regional protection, so probably we could regulate tourism there. But since there is nothing there, people do whatever they want. So we had a similar proposal on Salihar, so maybe we should include this. The year 21st showed that I was shocked when I came to my territory, and there were so many Siberian white cranes, and I saw many areas where people come there on boats, and they influence the territories, only because of the water level, these two factors. Our field also noted that compared to 2020, we registered much less Siberian white cranes. So we need to include this into the recommendation. Yes, this is important indeed. So Inga, please send your proposals via email. So we're going to discuss the resolution at the end of the meeting, and then we'll collect it and then present it. So if there are no questions to Inga, then Mikhail.
So Mikhail Yuryevich is ready. So please proceed with your report.
Так, что-то у меня не начинается показ слайдов. Сейчас я попробую немножко по-другому сделать.
So I will try do it another way since I can't start my slides.
Так,
Well,
Вроде все видно.
So you see, so we see everything is fine. Full screen. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I am going to speak about bird monitoring in the Russian Arctic in the conditions of the climate change. And so this is the title. This title is coincides with the theme is quite broad, and I would like to narrow down and give some details of monitoring, especially the ones that we monitored since last three decades, and especially in the climate change conditions. And based on this, we will come up with some conclusions, what is happening with the birds in the Arctic. So first of all, since we are talking about the issues about the climate change, I would like to outline some moments that are connected with geographical features, especially the Arctic features. And these are so-called Arctic enhancement or Arctic amplification. And that means the Arctic is actually getting warmer much faster than other parts of the world, of the Earth. And this picture shows the change that took place during the last 50 years. And the red part, you can see how high is the annual anomalies, and they are happening on the Arctic region, and especially and in the Arctic part of Russia, and the Arctic is changing and warming up faster than the Antarctica. And this is very important for our issue, because most of the birds are migrating birds that come to the Arctic, and the territories that come to the warm parts of the Arctic, and they go back to the spending winter time in. And these factors are very important for the migrating birds. So here we see the climate change in Taimyr, particularly in Taimyr, and we see the differences in season, and of course it is not a surprise, because Taimyr is stretching from the west to east is 1,000 kilometers, and then you can see the differences, how it is happening, how the climate change is happening there. So you see here 3 points, and the Chelyuskin, Dixon, and Khatanga, these 3 places, and we got here mean temperature, and the climate was taking place in Chelyuskin, and then we see the warming up in the region of Khatanga. Nonetheless, if we look into the months during a year and how the temperature changed, starting from so you can see that the pot of noodles, and you can see how these lines are not correlated. And if we take the mean temperature of June, especially and it is very important for migrating birds, we will see a totally different picture if we compare it to the mean annual temperature. So in Khatanga, so the picture is totally different from mean temperature picture, annual mean temperature picture. So these pictures illustrate the conditions, how we see and monitor the change of climate, and of course it is related to the biological aspects that you study, and probably the of course, they don't really. So in the places of nesting, we take this mean temperature measurements, and probably it is not really relevant for the migratory birds, but for other animals, it is quite important. Different situation. So if we take the evaluation so if we take birds, what did you do with the birds during our research? So here you see the map of bioclimatic zones, regions, and according to CAF, and so these are the sites of monitoring starting 1990. So on different places in Taimyr, we researched different times, and most of the time we worked on the southeastern part, and on the other sides we researched during shorter period of time. So, for example, in northern part of Taimyr, in the Tundra area, we monitored 3 years in the beginning of the 90s, and then in 2018 and 19, we went back there, and so you can see the span up to 25 years. So it is understandable that it is not possible to evaluate all the parameters of the population of birds that can be affected by the climate, and of course there are some breeding, the population, the spreading, and the breeding, the success of breeding. And so and how much young birds will flock into the population. And then we speak about the vitality of birds according to the climate change, survival of the birds. So starting from 1998, we used the same methods that were oriented on searching nesting, and of course we would see the birds that would fly out their nest and come back, and we would take a rope, and you can see that it's a blue rope, and cans with some pebbles in it, and that would scare away the birds. But we should say that there are some birds. Some birds, they don't really get scared, and they just stay on the nest and they never leave. So it is not universal for every bird, and so nonetheless, it is the best method. So we studied waders because they are quite diverse in tundra area, and there are different types of feeding them. So the way of feeding is different. Some of them are standing. Some of them take food from the surface of water, and again. They feed on mosquitoes in summertime. So waders. So in Taimyr, the diversity of waders are quite big, and you can see the waders of the southeastern part of Taimyr, and they count up to 20 types, and you can. And probably they are correlated in the ones that nest in Beringia. And Taimyr is characterized is a typical region where we have an intersection of the flyway. The birds fly from two different directions. So this is birds that fly to Europe, waders that fly to Africa, and some others, they fly to other parts of
Африка, Австралия. Некоторые виды с Таймыра летят как в Африку, так и в Австралию. То есть, видимо, здесь пересекаются на полуострове популяции, как в данном случае говорят, разных пролетных путей. Ну и некоторые виды достигают к Южной Америке. Что удалось за эти 3 десятилетия установить по поводу влияния потепления климата на разные популяционные параметры у куликов? Ну, во-первых, по поводу сроков гнездования, если мы возьмем один пункт мониторинга с наиболее продолжительным периодом обследований в течение 17 лет, это юго-восточный Таймыр, то мы убедимся, что здесь совершенно достоверно температура воздуха средняя в июне поднималась за период исследований. И, в общем-то, у всех обследованных видов куликов, соответственно, даты откладки первого яйца, они смещались на более ранние. То есть вот здесь по оси ординат как раз показаны эти даты откладки первого яйца. Это дата от 1 июня, то есть здесь вот у нас 1 июня, 10 июня, 20 июня, 10 июля, 20 июля. В общем-то, это такой вполне ожидаемый.
So it's a very result that the results are quite feasible. I mean, expected because of the climate change, and probably they will have nesting in earlier periods. So what about the population of waders? So we have data from southeastern part of Taimyr. We worked for 18 seasons, and most like nesting. So if you take 1 kilometer scale, so you see that so you can see this line quite the decline of the nesting number of nesting, and then you see the
если мы обнаруживаем влияние потепления климата на численность. Однако это была ситуация, которая
this situation was for one site. It was a terrace, and after the 4 years of studying, we added some other territories, and it's in the So you can see that the waders are they nest much more after 2008, and after 2007 so the population on the water reserve and the lower, it is the lowest population because of the territory. So we see that the terrace nesting was declining, and so depending on different sites, we see different results. So these results were not really actually dependent on the temperature, and we tried to correlate with the flooding period, especially in spring, because when these territories are flooded, of course, it is not possible for them to nest. So this period to 2003, there were so they were the first rate was like up to 50%, and then we have the date when the so you can see the difference between the two periods of researching. So the river and the waders got this opportunity to get nested in this area more frequently. So this dynamic is the accessibility of this territory is not actually dependent on the climate change, because it depends on the dynamic of the level of the water on the river Khatanga, and it is one of the biggest rivers in the Taimyr, and also the dynamics in spring. It depends on the snow capacity and the speed of the melting of the snow, especially in the upper parts of the river. So based on this, we can say that so that the population of waders has changed, and it depends on depending on the different territories, and of course it was because at the end of the ends, of course it is because of the climate change, and but the factors are not localized. And the other example is on the region on the northern part of Taimyr, and we studied there. We spent 3 years of studying, and in 1990s, and then we came back in 2019, and we couldn't continue in 2020 and 21 because of the pandemic, but we are hoping to get back soon. So here you see how the structure of the nesting birds and how it changed. So you can see 1990, 91, and 92 years, and then you can see different types of birds that belong to waders of the Arctic tundra. Then we have the green ones, the Arctic typical for tundra, and the red ones are typical for southern part of tundra, etc. So this in 1992, this year was a special, and because of the volcano in the Philippines, Pinatubo explosion, 2 million tons of CO2 was emitted, and that's why it was spread all over the world, and it was quite cold in the northern hemisphere because of that, and that's why we have lower nesting data, and so it wasn't the success of nesting was very low. So that's why we shouldn't take into account this 1992 result, and probably we should see and compare 2 years of 1991 and 2018 and 2019. So you see that the Arctic tundra type of waders are getting smaller, the population, the structure wise, and then the Arctic and typical for tundra waders, they quite the same. The population of others became less, and some of the so you see how the population of typical and southern part of tundra waders increasing, and also we see the population of myophages growing, and as a result of the climate change, of course, it is happening. We don't know where the so we suppose that they probably moved to the higher latitudes to compensate the climate change, the climate warming. So we see that the species that typical for tundra and southern Sparta, they became more from southern part. They moved to more northern part, and they feel quite comfortable. And myophages and they were not able to nest in the southern part, in the northern part of Timur, and the swamps in Timur were not comfortable for them to nest, but now it is totally different. So we see here the list of newly nesting birds. So these are different types of birds, and you can see how the southern types of birds are actually invading these northern parts, the northern territories. You know that the birds fly quite far away, and also we have 12 new types of non-nesting birds coming to these territories, but it is not really a surprise. During our our studies, research, we studied in 1990s that we didn't really discuss the climate change and warming at that time, and our tasks were and we wanted to correlate the studies of the waders with their predators. So it's these are Arctic foxes and lemmings, and the red line is foxes, and the pillars are the lemmings. So you see. So as a result, we see in these different territories, there were 4 peaks of lemmings, and it correlated with the. We didn't see the correlation with the snow thawing and stuff. So, and the meeting of I mean, the number of meetings of lemmings and Arctic foxes is different, and then we actually expected these results. So, what is the dynamics of the success of the nesting of the waders on Taimyr? According to our data, we don't see the success of the nesting, and actually it was changing, starting from 10% to 90%, and obviously it doesn't depend on the temperature change. And again, it depended on the lemmings and Arctic foxes. So, and also we would like to say that this data was obtained on the southern part of Taimyr, and we see that they don't they counter so here you see that the global pattern of nest predator, we see here the how the predators are becoming more, and this is according to the publication in the Science journal, and our data doesn't correlate with that of that publication. So we have to say that this thing, the data that was obtained was the data that we actually worked, and we put the data in the pool of knowledge that is quite accessible, and we see how they don't correlate with this. And some group of scientists they didn't agree with our results, and they didn't. They were questioning the statistics of our publication, and the authors of this article, they didn't agree with the critics, and they published their response, and it is quite interesting. It's a this can happen quite well. We can say this kind of ornithological discussions take place, and by now this discussion ceased away, and they took into account the data, and we should probably repeat this article with the, and the question is is remaining open. So what about the and we took the So the waders, they go from Taimyr to Poland, and from Poland to Argentina in Mauritania, and in Taimyr, the time of snow melting is actually changing from. They would start in the 1950s, in the 10th of July, and now we have the 2015. It changed to the middle of June. The date of the snow melting, the earlier the snow melting, the body the body weight is smaller, and when they come to Africa, they spend winter. They when they have a smaller beaks, they don't get to the food, and as a result, they depending on the big size, they become vulnerable, and they become. So that means that their lifespan depends on the snow melting period. So those birds that develop as short beaks, they become it depends on the snow melting. So it is one of the interesting data and research, and then it correlates with the places where they spend winter and where they nest. So, but still, the question about the life span of the birds is open, and we don't really know why the beaks become shorter. The main hypothesis is about the desynchronization of the food appearance. And Courtney Price spoke about it in quite lengthy, and I'm not going to speak about it much. And here you see that the food for ducklings become appear earlier than the ducklings appear themselves. So it's a mismatch. So we have, because of that, the growing pattern becomes smaller, and then there is a negative effect of this desynchronization. Probably will decrease because of the thermoregulation. So it's different variations of the reasoning, and probably it will take more time to research, and maybe we should study the food. And in the framework of our studies, we started searching it in 2017, and you can see our graphs, and so the peaks are much higher was in 1917, and it was really slow. It's a pity that we didn't do it. We didn't do it back in 1990s, but we didn't really think about the climate change in back then, and we didn't correlate with the population of the birds. So what is the result of our 30-year research? So the climate change effects on the breeding and on the population, on the spreading, and the effect on the southern types of breeds to go and go beyond and to the northern part, and then the probably success of breeding is open. So this structure of the birds is also affected by the climate change, and the lifespan is also affected by the climate change. So this is the main results that we came up to, and that was the result of the intensive monitoring of the waders in Taimyr. So we don't know. So what is happening in the other parts of the Arctic? So here we see the number of sites that we studied, and it was in the span of these 30 years. And starting from 2007, we see how things declining, and the declining of on different territories. First of all, it's out on the East Atlantic flyway and other ones, and the east of Taimyr. So we did a great expedition in 1994, and the other result. And this is not because of the sites of the waders, of the observing waders. And probably for the whole Arctic, Russian Arctic, the sites of the monitoring of the waders probably start from 3 to 5. So let's see how we did depending on decades. So we have high Arctic points, sites. So you see that we don't have any points that of red color. And, the red color is the data from 2010s. Lower, so it depends that the waders became less studied in the higher latitudes, and especially certain types of waders that are high Arctic types of waders, and they are quite alarming. So, what are the conclusions as a result of this? That in long haul monitoring is quite capable to give us answer the questions that are connected with the climate change. And of course, we need to be more effective, and we need to be so, for example, some of the reserves, they can't do the monitoring, especially in Russia. And it is connected with the funding. It is I'm not afraid to say that probably we can't keep up with monitoring. And, unfortunately, in 1920 and 21, we were not able to come to Daimur because we were not funded enough. So we didn't have enough funds. We need to think how to solve this problem. So here we see the list of the organizations that supported our expedition. And in these expeditions, during 30 years, there were many people whom I am very grateful for. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? So here is a question about the resolution. What do you think should we include in our document? Do you have some? Maybe you have already come up with the suggestions, and probably the Northern Forum can help with the funding. So we have to think. We should think. I think that. I think that we can say that the monitoring research of waders in the Arctic region are not funded. The funding is not stable, and that leads to the situations when this long obtained the data can be cut. What about the responsibilities of the Russian on the framework of CAF? So that means that Russia doesn't do its work. So especially when we speak about so we have the responsibility before the Ministry of Nature Reserves, and especially the reserves have the responsibility before the ministry, and the rest. So should we address the Ministry of Nature? Or maybe we can just outline the problem, and maybe they shouldn't do the tourism development, but also probably they should more pay attention to the scientific research. Yes, I agree with that, because we see how the tendency of the declining, especially in the Russian Arctic. Especially, we see that the number of sites that are made for sensing, for observing the waders is actually declining, and this tendency is not making us happy at all. And of course, I agree. So think about the suggestion, and we will include this into our resolution in our final document. So let's listen to the two reports that left, and after that, after the small break, we will come to the discussion point.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm ready. So, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Совместное использование, да? Так. И слайд. Видно?
So let's start. Today I'm going to talk not about high science, but about some applied things, and which have been in the focus more lately. So we talk now only on the local TVs and talk to local population, and we have come to the conclusion that many scientific things they cannot be done without the support of the local people and policymakers. And today I'm going to tell you about the ecological journey to the Arctic, how a board game can serve as a tool of environmental education. And the success of nature protection in future depends on whether it's interesting for our children or not. And to make this a priority, we must familiarize them with nature, which they see from out their window and which is on the other side of the world. So this element of adventure and quest is preferable for children. So it's better than just some popular science texts. So first we need to foster this need to love nature and care about nature. And along with Robert Chernov, we came up with this idea to create this series of board games about the Arctic, and birds is one of the most important components of the Arctic play an important place in this series. So here is the result. So the first board game of the series is called Eco-Chukotka. And as far as I know, this is the only game in Russia which is based on a real field trip. So it unites the elements of education and adventure and mutual aid. So it has many options and it is targeted at those who love nature. So why did we start from Chukotka? So Chukotka is one of the most interesting territories in the Russian Arctic. It has great biodiversity and unique terrains, and it admires, everyone visiting it admire it, both adults and children. And our expedition, our field trip has been working there for 20 years, so we know this territory well. So over the past years, we have been working with some restrictions. We are wearing masks, so we can communicate with birds as well, but our communication with local population was limited. And one of the important projects of our field trip is the outreach and environmental education. So the board game, the game is a board game. So you have a map. So our map looks like a real one, but it is an imaginary map. So our map looks like a real one, but it is imaginary. So we follow the principle that a game is a simplified reality. So we just include the seventh parts of birds. So we have various interesting facts about each species. So this booklet is attached to the game. So a young artist has drawn all these species, and so they decorated our game very well. And on the background, you see a typical Chukotka landscape. So here is my map. So the rules of the game. So you enter the site imaginary bay, and you need to collect as many cards with the images of animals and birds, and then go back to the finish. So the cards, they appear on the board not at the same time, but you just two cards come up at the same time. So you cannot work out the routes. You cannot plan it. There are some ways to accelerate your journey. So of course this game includes most famous bird species and animal species. So this title, most typical animal is the polar bear and the bird on the previous slide. So made some pilot board games and sent it to our friends, and we asked them for the feedback. So we see how children and adults play in Chukotka, on the Wrangel Island, at the settlement, and in Vologda in central Russia and New Zealand. So we have it translated into English. So you can add some local species. So this game is designed not to get new knowledge about the fauna, but we wanted to support this tradition of live communication. So we were considering the electronic option, but actually we stopped on the option with this paper, on paper, because this you can take everywhere and you can play. So due to the pandemic, people have become more detached and isolated, and people are engrossed into electronic means. So we think that this is a good opposition to electronic means, and to get together and to learn the nature of Chukotka. So I am talking about Chukotka, but though we are talking about Arctic in Yakutia, we know that similar games can be developed for different parts of the Arctic, and they won't be the same because each Arctic area is unique and it has its own fauna, and they are interweaved into the cultural traditions. And we know that Yakutia has the widest biodiversity, and it has also rich folklore and traditional knowledge, and it also deserves its game. And so, along with the Northern Forum, they are ready to implement this project. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Лена, за довольно неожиданное.
Thank you, Lena.
Есть ли какие-нибудь вопросы?
Are there any questions?
Ну тогда я надеюсь, что
Then I hope that
покажут, как играть в эту игру.
They will later explain us how to play this game. And now we are moving to our last speaker.
Я на связи.
So I'm here.
Ну вот, подай доклад.
So I'm starting the demonstration, sharing my screen.
Виден экран? процессе. Да, виден.
Вот теперь видно.
Да.
Прекрасно. Значит, тема моего выступления — оценка
So the
воздействия.
topic of my research is the assessment of the impact of hunting of Arctic birds. So Evgeny in the beginning told us that birds are unique Arctic phenomenon, but they not only not only natural phenomenon, but they also cultural phenomenon. And first of all, they are the object of harvest, of hunting. So in the past, they were viewed as a source of meat, but now this phenomenon is getting more complex, and you need to understand and you can take into account for the preservation and effective management of birds. We understand that the population in the Arctic is not only newcomers but also indigenous people, and their attitude towards birds used to be different, but now it's getting almost the same to the European perception, so we are witnessing some transition. But this transition is accompanied with this outburst of hunting. So the old mechanisms are not working anymore, but then the new ones haven't been established. So on their migration ways, flyways, birds encounter a lot of people, and so that's why you need not only ornithologists, but also anthropologists and people who can, social anthropologists. So it's a complex task. So because ornithologists, they usually cannot talk in the right way with hunters, but anthropologists don't know birds at all. So a single specialist cannot conduct this research, so that's why you should compile a team. So I'm going to show you a number of slides that these slides are quite old, but this is a new one. So we see this massive slaughter of birds. So this is what happens when you switch from traditional one to the old one. But yes, we see from Yamal these pictures of reindeer herders. This is traditional hunting, so to a very modest extent, but so MB has goal 3, which is focused on controlling illegal hunting and harvesting. But it's not that simple that poaching is necessarily illegal hunting, because the legislation on hunting is not perfect. And so for us, it doesn't matter whether it fits into the federal law, but for us it's important how this type of hunting is going to influence the population. And our data have shown that even legal hunting can have a very negative impact on bird populations. So item 3.1 in the MBI plan discusses what should be done on the interim sites on the flyway. And We have initiated a number of projects under this plan. But first, I would like to tell you about some experience. So it's on the verge of liberal arts and connectivity, because such joint researches have started just recently, but they have gathered some material already. So it's a number of projects on assessing the influence of migratory bird hunting. So Evgeny Serechkovsky and I did this in 22 settlements in Chukotka and northern Yakutia. So we made first the map of the settlements in the area of study, and we have the indicated ethnic groups living there and their size. So this method was adopted from Alaska. So this is Fish and Game Department. This is the anonymous questionnaire. So with images of birds. So we developed several such identification lists. So that's you see in white and black how the filled-in questionnaires look like. So before the questionnaire, we needed to do a lot of preparatory work. So first, we needed to develop questionnaires, and also on the questions on the other side of the questionnaire, because anonymous questionnaires by itself does not give the picture if we don't supply it with some informal interviews. So these interviews, so they follow almost the same scheme. So this information about the hunter, or maybe about the settlement, about then maybe a number of hunters, the ethnicity, age, hunting experience, information about his family. So information on hunting methods, bullets, cartridges used, what transport is used for hunting. Then the third block is the assessment, how the hunter evaluates hunting for water birds, waterfowl. So whether it's subsistence hunting or just some trophy hunting. And the questions about hunting items. So this is a question to establish some mutual trust between the hunter and the expert. And then some questions which help us to see how well the hunter is informed, aware of the environmental problems. And then the last block is about collecting eggs. And the interpretation of the results is very important. So we paid special attention to the reliability of the information on the number of harvested birds, on mistakes of hunters in identifying certain species, and annual variations, and also the relation of the harvesting to the geographical position of the settlement. So we saw that, for example, you cannot extrapolate the information received on one settlement to other settlements because this depends a lot on the distance from the flyway. So we compiled maps like this. Here we see the distribution of hunters. So here you see hunting back. So how? So on the right we also have Shoina and Kalgueva in the European north of Russia. So you see that hunting bats were quite big, up to 100 birds. And so when we made these circle diagrams with the share of each species in the harvest, so in total, we didn't make any extrapolations because it was difficult to say how we can evaluate harvesting in the settlements we didn't cover. But the percentage of harvested birds, this distribution was quite accurate. So as for the motivation of hunters, whether there is different motivation in newcomers and in the indigenous hunters, so whether they consider it as subsistence hunting. So we see that indigenous people answered yes, but non-indigenous hunters, mostly it's only in spring and autumn. And so more intricate question was how do you consider birds as a source of food, part of nature, just beautiful thing for watching? So anticipation in different settlements was different. And another quite provoking question, is it admissible to hunt birds included into the Red Book if you need to? And many hunters answered yes. So for them, if you need to eat, it's more important than whether it's endangered or not. So here are some diagrams showing the relationship and the hunting bag depending on whether the hunter is a local or a newcomer, and we have that. And people who are non-indigenous people but were born on the territory, their attitude is quite similar to those of the indigenous people. So the number of eggs collected depends a lot on the concentration of nesting birds. For example, in Kalgueva, where they have a lot of branchies, so it made the bulk of the collected eggs. So we came to the conclusion that birds, especially waterfowl, still remain an important source of food for indigenous communities. Second, so they mostly harvested in spring, and the geographical location of settlements is also very important. Egg gathering is mostly important for the indigenous population in most of the settlements. Since 2019, These studies have been resumed, but now we wanted to see the quantities of hunting vipers along the East Asian Australian flyway, because here we have the most alarming situation with the vipers population. So we need to change the method. So first of all, we use the data of the ring recovery center, ring center, banding center. So, well, so the rings recovery rate tells us about the rate of hunting. So we evaluated Kamchatka, Sakhalin, Khabarovsk Krai, Amur Oblast in 2 districts in Yakutia. So we received a lot of rings were recovered from these 2 districts. And also in 2019 we worked in Kamchatka. I and Yuri Gerasimov went there. Last year there were studies in Sakhalin, and this year in Khabarovsk, Krai and Amursk Oblast, Matsina, Frankevich, and Sasin. And we hope that probably next year the same work will become possible in Yakutia. In Kamchatka,
новым моментом методики была сильная интеграция ее с данными орнитологических исследований, с данными, в частности, о пролете птиц, поскольку Юрий Герасимов вел там мониторинг.
Yuri Gerasimov did continuous monitoring there, and we compared the flyways, and we have the map of ring recovery. And so this helped us to locate the monitoring sites more effectively, because it was impossible to interview all these settlements. But this helped us to identify the places of highest concentration of vipers along the flyway. And we received this interesting data. So we have to see the number of surveyed hunters, and we have the estimation of number of harvested shorebirds. So we harvest almost 45,000 vipers, but they are divided into groups, big ones and small and medium sized. But many hunters actually don't distinguish between them. Even rangers and hunting inspectors, they just group different species of vipers. So again, so for example, there are mixed flocks, and in these flocks there can be some red book species. So so they put satellite collars on some birds, but they stopped working in the areas where vipers were harvested. So this actually contradicts the data on the population size. So this means that its population must be much bigger with this amount of harvested sandpipers. So Alexander and Katerina Matsina did research in Sakhalin last year. So, and they there were lots of innovations in the method, so they worked basically with questionnaires. And it turned out that hunters, so they don't distinguish between these two species, and so that's why this method was supplied with expert reviews, and so ornithologists, they checked the hunting bags and they identified each species. So these are not like statistical data, but just expert assessments. So what species are harvested? So this is not published yet. But if we, so we see that they harvest small pipers even more than in Kamchatka. So we had statistical data on Wambrel harvest. So again, some 30,000 species. We compared this data where we spotted spoon-billed sandpiper, and they actually correspond to the areas of intensive hunting, but not protected areas. So again, another example of the wrong location of protected areas. So it seems like the spoon-billed sandpipers, they are not usually the target, but it falls victim as well. So we see that actually analyzing harvesting actually helps us to get understanding in two areas. So first, it helps us to see what role hunting plays in the size of a certain population, and whether the ban for hunting will increase the size of the population. Maybe we shouldn't waste time on doing that and spend it on other activities. And if the hunting ban can help, how can we do that? So if we ban hunting at all, it's not effective because, for example, when hunters don't distinguish species, then it doesn't matter. Then you must be more maybe careful. So you must think about the very social aspects, and you need to have data on the composition of hunters, on their motives, why they choose this or that type of hunting. For example, shooting at small size pipers, it is based on the ability, on the possibility to save your cartridges. But yes, there are few people who actually like small pipers. So, but for majority, they are not the major target. So maybe we can work in this area. So we need to work only not with hunting, but with people who manage hunting. And here we can raise awareness and enhance the understanding. And also we need to change the focus from just regulating to the feedback on hunters. And hunters must become not opponents but allies in the protection of birds. And the slogan should change from against hunting but for hunting, but with maybe some new rules. So we need to make hunters interested in it. And the mechanism of hunting regulation must be more flexible, because sometimes just a couple of days make difference. For example, when some endangered or rare species fly. So if you know the schedule of flying, of migration, then you can move the start of the hunting season just a couple of days and save lots of species. So we need some adaptive management, and it's a wide field area of work. So, and there are quite simple things how to educate hunters. So, for example, handouts like this. So we handed them awards. So various posters. So you can print them on your own. But in general, my proposal to the resolution is to expand this research in Yakutia, and we would like to find out partners in Yakutia ready to participate in projects like this, because we need a special team, because not every ornithologist or every social anthropologist would be able and would want actually to follow this quite complex technique. But in general, this approach of efficient management can be viewed as some green marketing or social economic marketing. And there is the term demarketing. And so probably we should apply this and decrease the hunters' motivation for harvesting certain species, and to decrease interest in hunting in general. So to have less people hunting, and people who hunt should become environmentally literate. So maybe we should discuss the need for regional demarketing. So this is just some ideas for future researchers. So we are inviting partners, especially from Yakutia, to participate in projects like this. So I would like to stop here. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for this very important presentation. Maybe do we have questions right away? I have a question. Last year, when we did our Siberian Praying Forum, we discussed an issue about we also had a project on some materials, so to distribute these published materials with red book species, I see these calendars and QR codes. This is a very good idea. So can we get examples? Just samples?
Лучше всего дождаться, когда группа Александра Мацина вернется.
We should wait when Alexander Matsina's group comes back from Khabarovsk.
В пределах месяца это произойдет.
So within a month they should be back.
Вот я тут тоже показывал, разрабатывал новые плакаты и новые.
So they are working on new posters and new calendars for Khabarovsk.
Вот. И, конечно, да, вполне можно. Но электронная почта у вас моя, наверное, есть.
So you have my email.
Электронная почта, подписи к имени. Но, конечно, у меня есть, я обязательно...
Yes, I will send you.
На будущее, конечно, мы можем с вами сотрудничать вот насчет всего.
Yes, of course we can cooperate because I see that the environmental education is, yes, very difficult in Yakutia, well, everywhere.
Хорошо, Инга, я тогда буду держать вас в виду, так сказать, и...
Okay, Inga, I will keep you in mind. And we have, yes, some samples on questionnaires for Yamal and some posters for Yamal, because we had some mobile application developed really just to collect the light materials. And yes, I understand that funding is the main problem. Not only funding, but also people, because usually ornithological so here you need right people, because for just usual ornithological research you can find people, but this one, which involves also sociology, it's more difficult. So in Yamal, we involved inspectors and rangers, and they were very interested. So, for example, from Salihard, they took materials in Salihard, and when, for example, giving hunting licenses, they would hand out also these materials. Yes, in Kamchatka we also worked the potential of the local communities, but in Sakhalin it didn't work because hunting licenses are received online, and also the information from the first hand is became more effective than questionnaires. So can we work out something specific really quickly? But yes, it involves funding, and if next year we'll get funding for a similar project in Yakutia, we will start it. So Evgeny can push this. So let's hope that it will work out, and I don't see any obstacles, big obstacles. It's not like great amount of money. Yes, you don't need that huge hunting. For example, last year we estimated the cost of the publishing materials. Yes, it was like 200,000-300,000. But you also need funds for trips, for going there, to distribute. I think that in any case we should just initiate and maybe an open forum could help and maybe to address the Ministry for Nature Protection. Well, colleagues, now I propose have some 15 minutes break, and I will include the proposals to the resolutions, and then we'll discuss the final version.
Да-да, давайте так и сделаем.
Okay, let's do that. Let's meet at 50 minutes.
Окей, хорошо.
Whatever time is used at 50 minutes. So which means in 15 minutes at something 50.
Коллеги, мы начали... Видно выведенное на экран?
So colleagues, do you see what I brought up on the screen? So should we discuss? So we can change the items, and maybe we can just put it. So the first point is about the participants. Note the importance of East Asian Australian Flyway Partnership in saving the Arctic migrating birds of Asia, and they recommend to study the possibilities of more close collaboration of this Northern Forum with and AMBI, CAF, and with EAFP. So, have you got any suggestions, maybe to? So okay. So the second point. We would like to expand the collaboration of the scientific institutions of Russia with the Republic of Sakha, with CAF, with CAF, and using the platform of the MB and CBMP. Okay, so let's move on. Number 3. So we see the results of avian monitoring of the birds in the Arctic with the power of, and again, we want to expand the collaboration and expand the works of, and I would like to, and I also put the detailed suggestion, and the main idea is to ask this the Northern Forum to address the Russian aviation, Rosaviation, to make it easier for the researchers to work, and as a result of the of this. The Ministry of the Nature of Yakutia and Chukotka, maybe they should suggest to organize the net of the protected areas for the migratory birds. Maybe you can just leave it like this if you want to. Okay, number 4, we participants suggest this table game for the children and adults that's called Eco Yakutia, that will support the ecological education and the interest in this in the protecting the nature. So number 5, the participants think that it is important for saving the biodiversity of the development of new. This is about the hunting research of the hunting, and that the University of St. Petersburg and the Museum of Anthropology and the anthropology and ethnography in Kamchatka and in Sakhalin, and this should be expanded to the territories in the Republic of Sakha, and they will start. They should start. they should start searching for the participants of the ornithologists and probably anthropologists that would have experience in monitoring and doing the research in the ornithological research and ethno-social research on the territory of Yakutia, and we would like to include not only waders but also geese. And if we include geese, maybe we could include Khabarovsky Krai, Sakhalin, and Chukotka, and Republic of Sakha, Kamchatka. Maybe we should add that we should start the preliminary preparations for the project, and where should we ask for the funds? Maybe we should ask for the Ministry of Nature in Yakutia. So we should say probably prepare the project for getting, let's say, project fund project for presenting it to the organizations that would be interested in the implementation of this research works. So yeah, so we agree with that. Okay, number 6. So we did it last year. Maybe we can. I spoke to Tatiana. Maybe we should expand the territory of the resource protected area Catholic, and we could. But the thing is that the white cranes, they don't nest in those territories. They should expand it to the places where they nest. Maybe we should add that the territory of this resource protected area to be expanded with the basins of the different rivers like Shandrin, Sundurun, Khar, and other rivers. So and it's just because of the development of the tourism, it's like, you know, people come there all summer. So do you think this wording is correct? Yeah, maybe we should include the Ministry of Ecology, or maybe we can just maybe we shouldn't go to Russia. Maybe we can just address the Ministry of Ecology of the Republic only.
Как лучше и какие совместно с правительством Республики Саха и Минприроды.
Probably with the government of the Sakha Republic together with the Ministry of Nature of Russia. Maybe it's just a preliminary wording, and, you know, just for meanwhile, and hopefully. Probably the ministry is interested in this, and probably because the species are in priority list. So yeah, should work. So we didn't translate into English. So I would like to ask Courtney and Doug to write emails. And Courtney has already answered, and you have it on your email. And Doug hasn't replied yet, but Courtney did so. Just a second.
Did you want me to explain it all, the thoughts behind it?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. So just prioritizing high Arctic breeding waders for study in Yakutia. We know that Yakutia is belonging to flyways, the Central Asian flyway and the East Asian Australasian flyway, where there is a big data gap for those species in that species group. So things like breeding surveys to identify important locations, breeding behaviors could be of particular interest to fill some of those data gaps, as well as what I was speaking about in the presentation, multidisciplinary phenological studies to investigate that relationship between a changing environment and how the birds may be adapting to that. That includes some of what Mikhail had presented about studying when the main food sources come and the ability of the birds to make use of that peak abundance of food in the interactions, as well as predator-prey relations on breeding success. And to capitalize on opportunities under AMBI, it could be really interesting to for AMBI to be in touch with some of those experts on the ground in Yakutia who are doing things like satellite tagging, because that is of interest to the Indian government to establish a project and to facilitate a flyway-wide exchange, a north-south exchange. And the last thing that I was thinking of suggesting is the ability to collect samples, either blood or feather samples, from target species to investigate the effects of contaminants, or to at least house them until there are additional funding to do that contaminants analysis. So those were the main headlines of areas I thought could be useful. Sorry for the sound.
Ну, я вот вывела, видно, да, что Кортни прислала?
So I have put on the suggestions that Courtney sent to us. So I hope that you see. So I think that everything is fine here, but I'm not sure how to do it technically, be implemented, and who is going to address who, and how it is going to be implemented technically.
Не знаю, тут hunting на Arctic breeding grounds, наверное, не столько на, ну, кроме этого, может быть, и пролет.
So if we say hunting in grounds and stuff, maybe we could include flyways as well, not only the grounds, but flyways. Where is it? Number 4 from the bottom.
Мы, наверное, можем подумать и окончательный вариант принять позже.
But I think we should have time and come up with a final draft later on, because Sonia says that I don't really like only that we included only the waders, and probably we could. What about geese? And they suggest to include water birds as well. Other water birds as well.
I would support that. I didn't mean for it to sound only waders, but yeah, as one entry, focus on wader. But of course, it's important to get the big picture for how other species groups are being affected by these issues. So yes, Sonia, point taken.
Я думаю, так будет правильно.
I think this should sound correct, right? Other water birds in Yakutia and Chukotka.
Yes, I would support that.
So then we can just take this and we send in 2 languages, and Zhenya called, and he is busy, and he wants to send his suggestions later on because he's busy now. Yes, and this is about the waders. I think Courtney made a really good summary of what we wanted, so I think that everything is included there. Okay, so should we wait for from Duke, or do you think it is? So Duke said that he will send later on because he's busy and he can't do it now. So we are waiting suggestions from Duke, and the latest point here is number 9. It's the monitoring in the Russian Arctic, that how the changes, I mean climate change, affected the on the migratory birds, and so that we should maybe if you have more, if you want to add to this, please do. This is about to enforce the support of monitoring of the migrant. So the suggestion is to probably add Yakutia as a separate point here, and mention Yakutia separately here.
Очень маловероятно, что что-то сдвинется, а в Якутии может быть что-то.
I think that as a whole in the Arctic, probably nothing will happen, but in Yakutia particularly, the things will change and start working. So they suggest to support the monitoring of the migratory birds in the Republic of Sakha, and in other regions of the Russian Arctic. So maybe we should put detailed. So maybe we should put the word financial. so that it is actually seen what kind of support it is expected. Unfortunately, they don't do. So they understand what kind of support. Maybe we should say that on the territory of the protected territories, like on protected territories, it is needed to enhance or enforce the financial and human resources support of monitoring. Or maybe not on the territory, but just say in because the word territory is in this abbreviation is already included. Maybe we should add other regions as well. I mean, other regions of the Russian Arctic. Maybe we should say that in order to fulfill the responsibilities of the Russian Federation in the for fulfillment of the Russian Federation's responsibilities on the conventions, or like international conventions responsibilities. So I think it is okay. Maybe we shouldn't just list them because it will be too much.
Я думаю, что в целом, может быть, этого достаточно, а какие-то...
So in a whole, it should be fine. Maybe we can put the detailed version later. Okay. Yeah, I think so too. So shall we just see the text again? If you have any suggestions and comments. We should send the text to everybody so that everybody should study on their own. So I will send the text to everybody. So that's a working variant, and we are working on it in the upcoming days, and it will be done in 2 languages, and we will collect all the comments and suggestions in the upcoming days. So we should actually put some of the deadline. So what about the week time?
Я так понимаю, что возражений нету, да?
So I think that you don't object this. Yes, we all agree. Okay, so I think we can conclude our session. We have discussed what we want to discuss, and we are waiting suggestions from Evgeny Shemyakin and comments and suggestions from everybody, and we will send the final draft to the resolution. of the Northern Forum. And so, dear colleagues, thank you very much for taking part in this, and for this for the Northern Forum for giving us this opportunity to have this platform to work. And it is very pity that we couldn't get together. But I think that we did a great job, even online. Thanks for the interpreters. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So, see you later. Bye. Goodbye, everybody.